think it's part 41 already. It seems like we're done with almost everything. Everything else before heading to the mountaintops. So... Zellen's questline is done. Ronnie's questline is done, more or less. I think we can still, even after finishing, I mean, meeting her at the Two Fingers, I think we can talk with her again in her chamber. Let's try this in a minute. Jaren's questline is done. Millicent has progressed as far as possible. I think I can also speak to Kenneth Hyde again. I have read that they usually first they plan to color these leaves of the trees green and not in this orange, yellow, brownish tone. But Miyazaki said they should change it to the color we see right now. I think probably because the trees are set apart from the ground and more visible, I think. Probably because of that.
Begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Okay. Seems like there's nothing we can progress. Let's try if we can talk with the Ronnie in her chamber. Isn't it quite strange? Wait a second. I mean, the puppet says a doll resembling the Ronnie the Witch from head to toe. Every detail is perfect. The chilliness is gone. Feeling now like an empty husk. There's no response. But still, I think it's possible to speak to her again. Yeah. See?
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only lord? Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. And I would abandon this soil. Wouldst thou come to...
It's a bit strange that, I mean, it's cool that we are able to speak with Ronnie again, but I mean, it says that it feels like an empty husk, so why shouldn't there, I mean, a bit contradicting. Oh. Yeah, I forgot we got Blight's quest lines. Oh yes, and EG's.
Oh, there you are. Good of you to drop by. Have you heard? Lady Rani has departed on her journey. Along the dark path of Empyrean, from Rena's Rise, as she calls it. It would not have been possible without you. As Lady Rani's war counselor, and moreover, her childhood warden, I express my deepest gratitude. You and only you were Lady Rani's true champion. My purpose is nearing its end. I've served Lady Rani for as long as I can remember. It has been a long and wondrous journey. Now Lady Rani is in your hands. I pray that you serve her well, unto the very end. Lady Rani, along the now Lady, I pray that you... Well, as war counselor, Lady Rani, along
Yeah,
now
okay.
Lady Rani, I pray.
Isn't EG usually commenting or mentioning that he imprisoned Blythe? Aren't we usually meant to free Blythe? I forgot how the questline works. Because Blythe is already there. Oh. Hello, guys. Hey, Ebook. Oh. Is that a lion's claw in some way? What he's doing? And that was even some sort of... even looked like a dragon's tag. want to see the attack where he's using both hands on his sword again. It looked really interesting. Not this one. NT, NT, NT. Yeah, the moveset of Blythe seems really... It just looks incredibly awesome. Nice try, nice try. Yeah. Sometimes I don't really fight seriously because I just like to see the moveset in action. Sometimes there are also interesting moves. It's weird because I think he used the attack where similar to Beastman, or where he was holding the sword in both hands, but on the edge, the other one. But he's not using this much, as it seems. This one looks like, I mean, it resembles a little bit the moveset of Maliketh, I think, but it also looks like a Lion's Claw a little bit, like the salto that he's doing. Yeah, the pose that he's is making right before our fight is the exact same pose that Maliketh has before we fight him in the cutscene, and it's definitely deliberately designed. This one, have you seen this one? It's usually the attack of Beastman or some other NPCs. But he's not doing that a lot. I just never noticed that attack, to be honest. Just out. I want to see it one more time. This one. Yeah, that was definitely the one of the Beastman and the butchering knife. It's usually associated with an attack of a dragon. This one. Was Maliketh using this one as well? I'm sorry, Blythe. was a loyal ally who would defy destiny itself. If it would have him turn upon his lady. The pal serves as a cape protecting from cold. Blythe was the blade of Ronnie, but the cold bothered him anyway. But the cold bothered him anyway. What the fuck is this? Carrying style. In defiance of the fate he was born to, Blight's sword served no master, but Ronnie has proof the sword was imbued with the cold magic at the moment the oath was sworn. Anti-Elsa propaganda, yeah. I think so. Let's look at the design again. Oh, is that... Oh, it's the helix. Could it be that it's another hint to the old Elden Ring being connected to an old Carrion princess? I would say so. The helix and twin theme is, I think, most of the time connected to Renna and Farmer Zula. It's such a nice sword. Is there something to the bottom part? No, not really. Okay, when it comes to Blythe and why the Black Knife Resistance turned on him, I actually think that the Black Knife Assassins are still allied with Ronnie, and that it has to do that Blythe went mad, and as a consequence, the Black Knife Assassins were kind of forced to kill him because he went mad. Although he's in some way still loyal to Ronnie and fighting against his madness. And when it comes to EG, I think it has nothing to do that Ronnie is turning against anyone. I think it has to do that EG I think it has to do that EG also began to be influenced, and that EG is in a way manipulated, and because EG is also being manipulated in the end, the Black Knife Assassins were kind of Ronnie were kind of forced to kill him as well. And it's also the reason why he's wearing this mirror helmet. And in the mirror helmet it says that that was he's fearing the most, or just what's he fearing is his own treachery. And I think there's also again once again a double meaning behind it. His own treachery is, I think, meant in a way that that he fears to being manipulated by the greater will in the language of light, and that because he might be manipulated and would turn against Ronnie in a way, or betray her. That is what he fears, that he's losing the control over himself. And I think that's what's happening at the end, and why the Black Knight Assassins turn against him. And it's also probably the reason why E.G. dies in the puppet pose, because I think what it implicates is that he, at the very end, was probably manipulated, and the puppet pose should probably indicate that.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you? As war counselor? Or as blacksmith?
But it makes even more sense if you realize that it's once again a parallel that is inspired by the story of one of the main characters.
Unthinkable. How could Blythe? How did he break free from his cell? No. More importantly, Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I've made a grave misjudgment. And I thought myself a capable war counselor. I'll catch up with you soon enough, Blythe. When I do, I only hope you'll accept my apology.
In the parallel, it's actually about this one here is Godfrey. E.G. is paralleling Godfrey, while Blythe is probably paralleling us as Godwyn. And Godfrey imprisoning Godwyn is probably hinting or referencing the fact that Godfrey put him in the Chapel of Anticipation. And at some point Godfrey will die and be resurrected again, but manipulated and as a follower of the Golden Order again, who follows the call of the Elden Ring. And that is what's happening in the end here. What Godfrey feared was his own betrayal towards Rena or Marika. And that is what's happening in the end, because Godfrey got resurrected and forgot most of what happened in the Night of the Black Knives and is following the call of the Elden Ring to become Elden Lord. And is being manipulated in the end. And that's also what is happening here with E.G., I think.
Something.
So he's dying in the puppet pose because he got manipulated again in the end. And dies through the Black Knife Assassins. Well, they placed even a Highland axe here. Oh, and they placed the Great Epée. I don't think that's a common weapon. I have to look at other locations, but I don't think that the Great Epée is a common weapon that's placed anywhere else. It's the weapon that is Lionel using, so would even more into the fact that it's a Godfrey parallel. So as Lionel is a Godfrey parallel, that would even strengthen the suspicion that EG is probably also a Godfrey parallel. I mean, the Highland X is also probably also hinting at that. Poor EG. I mean, the helmet probably works. Helm fashioned from a crystal-looking glass said to have never left War Consular EG's head. Easily broken and weak against striking attacks. Worn by those committed to high treason, wards of the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassal fingers, EG was afraid, terrified of his own treachery. And it's incredibly confusing worded again, because usually you would say, I think most would say that it's probably the treachery towards the Greater Will that EG is afraid of, but I think it's the other way around. I think he's afraid of getting manipulated by the Greater Will and betray Rani in a way. And that's why he ends up in a puppet pose, because yeah, the mirror helm probably didn't work at some point anymore, or was, I mean, it's easily broken, as it is said, and yeah, began to be a puppet again, and died, and the Black Knife assassins were kind of forced to kill him, I would say. Yeah, worked long enough to see Rani finish her mission, I would say. In some way, I think it was Rani. Yeah, but not with bad intentions. It's just all of them knew that they will die at the end, probably. So, but it makes even more sense when you look at the parallels. I think, you know, the goal of the whole story is to kill America. And I think everyone involved knows that by killing the Elden Beast and burning the Earth Tree and killing America, they all know probably that they will, that one of the consequences is that they will die, because all of them who are bound to the Earth Tree will die too. America herself too, as well. So, and that's also what's happening with Godfrey, for example, probably. I mean, Godfrey dies as well in the end, after being a puppet again of the Greater Will. But I think, yeah, it's just, I think that Godfrey just didn't remember anything of the events that came before his resurrection. I mean, between the Night of the Black Knives and hey, Ahun. He chose to become a puppet, though. I think the Guidance of Grace works in a way that partially memories are removed or forgotten, and in this way the tarnished become manipulated as well. The same goes for us, I would say. And the same goes for Melina as well. It applies to almost every being that once died and is resurrected through the Elden Ring. So, but now we're done. My controller isn't working properly. Wait, can I calibrate it while Elden Ring is on? Oh yeah, my stick isn't working anymore. Ah. Sorry for the wait. I have to check where my other controller is. Um. Yeah, Night Rain is set in some sort of parallel world, but it's the storytelling of From Software that works in that way. I would say Ahund. They tell almost everything through parallels, and in the end, almost everything revolves around one story of the main characters. Okay, we got a lot of stuff burned here. And I'm actually convinced that the Earth Tree once burned before. Oh, a little... Because you guys are speaking about Night Rain right now, do you remember what I said about the design of the characters in Night Rain, and that even their abilities reflect in some way their story? For example, the Wilder that is supposed to be a Godwyn parallel has the ability Sixth Sense, with which he can cheat death a single time. In a similar way how Godwyn did it, probably. Then he has a dragon-like creature on his arm. The Iron Claw, the claw shot fits the theme of Flightless Bird. So, but when it comes, what I wanted to say is when it comes to the Duchess as a Melina parallel, I'm firmly convinced that the Earth Tree was already burning once in the past, and that when we arrive with Melina at the Giant's Forge, the Earth Tree burned the second time. And these circumstances are even reflected in the ability of Duchess in her pocket watch. Because what she's doing, using her pocket watch, happens a second time after a delay. Okay, 3 beast blood. Godwyn Run 9. Lighting proof dried liver. You guys can play Night Rain solo as well. And it's definitely a different game. Perfume bottle. I think, yeah, solo isn't as much fun as it is in a team. Yeah, it's meant to be played with other people. But the more you play, the better it gets, because at first you don't know the map, you don't know the routes, you don't know where to go. It's similar to learning boss patterns. At some point, you just know where to go, for example. When it comes to the what was the DLC called? The Night Rain DLC. The new map is horrifying, because I didn't know where to go, and everything is so confusing designed. But the more you play, the better it gets. I think this is, yeah, soporific grease 2 times. Oh shit. Summer smithing stone 6. I think they are cheering up the perfumer. There's a strange relationship between misbegotten and the perfumer. Ouch. The aggro range is huge. It seems like the misbegotten have a longing for sleep, and the perfumer probably helps them with this, or with their inner restlessness in some way, maybe. Oh, getting dark. What really strange is one of these items over here, because they are incredibly rare, and usually they are placed in Limgrave, I think most of them. So, 3 nascent butterflies. And here, exalted flesh. Exalted flesh is pretty rare. Usually referring to the Badlands, I would say. And these are all praying to the graves. I have the suspicion that these graves might actually be their own graves from a former life, maybe. Or maybe companions? Are these common trees? Those one, I mean? Can't really remember. What's that even? I haven't seen you before in the stream, Ahund. Are you new to this channel? Or maybe I just forgot about you. So let's see. Hey. I was just wondering because it sounds like that you are familiar with the kind of perspective that we have here on this channel. Flame Drake Talisman. That's a kind of strange. Both of the other Flame Drake Talismans are with the Beast Man. Invigorating white cured meat. What the? Oh. Oof. There's one with a great bow. Sounds awesome. I mean, with familiar with my perspective, I mean that it sounds like you share a similar perspective. Which happens not too often when people join this channel. I just meant to appreciate that. And in the end, the same goes for me and my viewers probably also. We're just obsessed with the lore. Yeah, sometimes exchange can be inspiring. To initiate thoughts, for example. so many of these statues. Like some others, I think it's probably meant to depict Radagon, but I would say from the distant past probably. I think it's a quite common theory. Oh, wait, what is he looking at? Is there something? Not really. Oh, the poor horses. I have to say, every run, I think the same goes for you, but every time I start a new run, I'm realizing new stuff. And what I'm really looking forward right now is the DLC, because... Wait! Oh. Because my perspective on the DLC shifted more and more and more, and I'm already wondering... if I get new insights playing through the DLC again. Just with a slightly different perspective. One of my viewers described it as, or was comparing the approach a little bit to, was comparing it to the Sudoku, where you figure out one square after another. But you're looking through every squares multiple times, but from time to time one square gets solved, and then in another place another one. You know, and with every playthrough, with every journey, and every time you look through everything, there might be something that starts to click again, and then again at another place maybe. Yeah, it's a really apt analogy, right? Really, I told him that that was the best comparison that I've heard. And I think it's also the best way to get new insights, probably, to just play the game. It's incredibly time consuming though. But I don't think that just reading through text information on the wiki is enough. I think almost everything counts. Sometimes it's the perspective that is deliberately designed in game. The icons as well, for example, which might contain visual information, and especially item placement with the surroundings as well. That might play a big part. Wait, what the fuck? Is this the usual armor? Wait, what the fuck? That is not the Leyndell armor set, right? Is that a different one? Am I tripping? was a different one, right? I haven't seen this one before. Fell twins. It's such a weird fight. And somehow easily forgotten. Maybe I should have waited if there's a special attack animation of the other twin. Let's see. Doesn't really seem like he's doing anything interesting. That's an attack I didn't know. It's almost the attack of the Eclipse Shoto, because when you are also setting your weapon aflame, and when you hit the ground, it starts to explode and set free wraiths. Or was it, you know, it was something different, I think. Ouch. I actually wish right now that I could pause the game just for the armor set. Maybe I should. Wait. I just want to take a screenshot. Oh, I can't because I'm online. Oh, fuck. I mean, I could look at the stream, right? Yeah, of course. I just have to rewatch the stream and take a screenshot. But I've never realized that this is a different armor set. Or maybe I was just tripping and it's not a different one, but mean, there's one. Yeah, and this ammo set is definitely a different one. Okay, I'm not tripping. I wonder if there's something recognizable on the ammo set. I never had problems with the motion sticks on controllers, but no. Probably the first time. One of my sticks is always trying to move to the left. So wait, is this? Yeah, this is just a normal Lanedale Knight, but the one we see in the dark. The darkened areas is a different one. Come on, turn around. I just want you to see you from. Bro. It's just a normal Lanedale set, right? Can you just turn around? Is that depicting the tower, maybe? He's a cage over his face? Wait, what? I just wanted to go to the other omen. Is this one using another interesting skill as well? The only thing what it does is like inflicting blood. Okay, seems like there's nothing that he's doing. Nothing interesting. Oh fuck. Where's the dude? No, that's not the cage. It's just the side of him, the helmet. Oh, Wrong button. Oh. Wait a second, did he? I'm sorry, but I have to look at some omen on underground. It's fine. I don't mind taking a bit longer with enemies. I just want to look at some stuff right now because I just realized that these omens they do have cut horns. At least it looks like that they got cut horns, but there are new horns growing out of them. At some points. Do you see that? Something I never realized. I don't know if that's intentional, though. But they have... I just don't know if that's intentional. I mean, they did not have as much cut horns as the other ones, but there are some places where it looks like they had cut horns, but new horns grew out of them. Yeah, but not for real. Let's do the Fell Twins. It's just that I've never seen a single Reddit post or any data miner like pointing out that armor set. I don't even think that there's an icon for that, or I have to hit up a friend of mine and make some screenshots or data mine the textures. Whoops. I can just run through it here. Red dragon kind of makes sense. The lift. The lift is for entering the mountaintops of the giants. It's also called the Forbidden Lands. Omen Killer. Rollo. Hararo architecture. I mean, I think you're not wrong. Maybe. I mean, these pillars look quite similar to that of the Rao. And the Rao architecture. This one also has this greenish sky. Interesting. I wonder if this is the case for every divine tower. Mm-hmm. It's also the greenish color, yeah. Nice. Because the greenish color reminds me a lot of the... I don't have it, okay. Of the crossed tree great shield. I think it fits, because I think they are linked. I think the crossed tree is actually the tree of the old Frau Mazula era. Might be some color coding going on here. And I don't think there are any other areas where we have a greenish sky. Oh, there the fucking soldier is. There is the fucking soldier. Sorry. Okay. I don't know why they left out statues at some places. Maybe to make it look more natural. Yeah. Gray blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks, surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest to restore the wheels of mankind. Blade of Calling. So, what I said was one of my last streams that I'm convinced that the actual America is Rena, a Carrion princess, but from the very distant past. And we even have some details that might link even this room of Melina to the Carrions. Because in some way Melina is executing the plan of Marika or Renna in some way. Not just because of the rises. I do think that Renna is, or the Carrion Princess Maiden is is the one that is depicted in the little Carrion Princess statue. But what's quite interesting, what links this room to the Carrions is, for one, it's the carpet, because it's usually Carrion carpet, just in a different color. It's usually blue, and it's in the Carrion study hall. And I think it can also be found in the Great Library, I think. So for one, it's the carpet that is really pretty much unique. And the other detail is the window. The window makes no fucking sense at all here. But when it comes to the window, it's actually the clover pattern. I know that it's quite a common pattern, the clover pattern, but it's heavily linked to the Carrion as well. And I'm convinced that this can be considered a Carrion symbol in some way. Forbidden Lands. Drawstring fire grease. The snowy area is... I know a lot of people say that it's not as good design as the first areas in the Lands Between. I think it's in some way true. But then again, I realized they might have hidden details even under the snow sometimes, or covered by snow a little bit, and that makes it even more difficult sometimes to recognize possible hints. At least there's because there's one specific tent or two of them in Consecrated Snowfield that are covered by snow, and I did not immediately recognize them. Yeah, usually I'm rushing through this area too, or at least because it feels so less rewarding, because there are not as many things to discover, I think. But at the same time, it's just incredibly confusing design as well. Especially Consecrated Snowfield and the snowstorm there. Whoops. So that's a huge skull. You're full out completionist, so sorry. That because you can't see 10 meters in front of you, yeah. In consecrated snowfields, there are some little corners that you might not realize immediately because of all the snowy, foggy area, I mean. It's really funny, there's one of those nobles that is stuck in the ground, and it's just the upper part of his body that is looking out. And yeah, he's kind of stuck in the snow. It's really funny, but it's not that easy to find. It's the one that is actually mimicked here, and it's turning into one of those white room beers. See, now I'm not even sure where I've already been. Okay, I've not been here. Yeah, that's what I thought might be interesting for others, maybe to watch this stream, because I think I'm aware of most of the details. Definitely not every detail, but it might be interesting to some others as well. Godwyn Run 7. But I have to say, I was... Could be one of the least explored areas by players. Yeah, I think so too. Kagan, I didn't know that you're producing videos as well. You have to you can share it with me if you want to, if it's finished. Editing takes so much time. In general, producing videos, it's a lot of work. What the fuck? This one is stuck on the ground. But I'm more or less a completionist myself. That's because I totally understand you. I have watched a lot of those videos on YouTube, which are just about interesting details. For example, most of the time they are called like 15 Secrets of Elden Ring or so. Zali the Witch, for example, is pointing out a lot of interesting details. Whoa. Oh, it's in Turkish. Then it's fine. And a lot of people, usually when I'm playing online, usually a lot of people are asking me if I'm Turkish just because of the name Aaron sometimes. Either they think I'm Turkish or just that I'm a huge Attack on Titans. Yeah, although I like the name Aaron, I'm in German for the most part. You can consider me German at least. Ouch. Oh no, 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 no. Your best buddy is German. Nice. I got almost stuck there. Anything? No. Should be almost there, I think. Kinda confused right now. So, okay, he was the I'm checking every corner right now. Not that exciting, but who knows? Sometimes there might be interesting details. Just making sure that we don't miss anything. Is this a platformer puzzle. Oh, fuck my life. No, I don't think so. Here we go. It's possible to summon Millicent here, by the way. I just don't know where her summon sign is. Oh my goodness. Oh, here you go. Jeez. Oh, come on. Okay, it's staggered, motherfucker. Finally. Oh shit. Oh no, 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 no. Noise, yeah. Nothing really new. We already had these descriptions in the other black gargoyles weapons. Let's just check if there are any details. Oh, there's an item. And it is freezing grease. Trina's lilies. It's the second Trina's lily here. I think it's the only thing that's growing here as well. Oh yeah, streamer equipment. That is the little mesma. There you go. Well, I also have the Millennia, the beauty one. And there's also the most awesome dude, aura farming. I don't know if you can see that one. This way. I went all in when on 2019 the teaser for Elden Ring was released. So you guys have to admit it's kind of strange that we have so much Erdtree related stuff here. And it's not even really, I mean, why is there such a grand lift here? Because, you know, there's, I mean, the Erdtree is in Leyndell. What's even weirder is, I mean, the grand lift, it looks like that it's, I mean, it's looks like something that would defend something behind it, right? I just think it's really interesting or weird. Yeah, weird architecture that doesn't really fit, in my opinion. Two Trina's Lily and a nice butterfly and a freezing grease. That's all. Yeah, I mean it's called Forbidden Lands, right? We have huge statues of Erdtree Sentinels. I mean, you wouldn't expect such a huge architecture in our Forbidden Lands that aren't really used anyway. Do you know what I mean? Hey girl.
You, please, I can read them. Your thing. Turn back. giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the Fingers.
It's quite interesting. I mean, she said that burning the Earth Tree would unbind destined death. Little bitch. Tell me why. Do you think this all of this was just for the war against the giants? I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but it's still strange. Ain't nothing but a heartache. And in a way, it's even stranger because if this is Earth Tree architecture, these statues should be also part of the Earth Tree's culture in a way. I think they should resemble the staff of Guilty. And I think those what do you call these? The cranial? What are they holding in their hand? What do you call it in English? Like the guys, help me. How do you call this? A bowl, yeah, right. A bowl. So to me it looks like limitations. So bowl was probably good enough. I think it's somewhat in some way hinting at the concept of the staff of Guilty, probably. I mean, the stuff that they are holding already look like the staff of Guilty. And in a way, I think the stuff of Guilty is also about, yeah, make blood leaking out. Maybe this bowl is in some way to collect the blood that the thorns are, the blood loss that the thorns are inflicting. You know? Because in the stuff of Guilty, it's about, or at least that's what's in my head canon. In my head canon, it's about turning blood into crystals or so. Thorns of the Guilty, yeah. Maybe probably the bowls are for collecting blood. So, When it comes to associations, I mean, thorns are inflicting blood loss, and probably the bolts are to collect these. What's also interesting is the kind of armor they are wearing. It's usually representative for perfumers. The leather stuff that they have in front of them is usually stuff of perfumers. Which shields do you mean? Yeah, there is. I think in the perfumer sets, in the perfume in the perfumer set, it is mentioned that this kind of cloth of this leather stuff in front of you, it's usually known for perfumers. Now let's see. Its thick apron is worn in remembrance of Rollo, the progenitor of homunculus and perfumer of antiquity. So it's definitely a thing of perfumer of antiquity. So I think maybe it's hinting at the fact that these were in some way perfumer related. Although it's not the same apron. But every perfumer armor set is mentioning this, I think. The thick front apron, the badge of perfumer. Badge of a perfumer has been replaced with the more simple one made from soft leather. It's not only a fun nugget, it's also these huge Nox giants that also have this apron on them. I don't know if there's something to it, because this would mean that even the Nox are some way perfumer related. I don't know if that works in any way, but it's an interesting idea. Whenever I am in this area, I think a lot of the armor set of Alberic. This one. Because it's also linked to red glintstones. And was he using the stuff of guilty? Or was he using something else? I think he was using something else. But he was using thorn sorceries, at least. It's just interesting because Alberic seems to contain the themes that are also present here on the mountaintops, because of frost and blood and thorns are in some way his themes, and I think it's very interesting. And this is where I link these things to the stuff of Guilty as well, because I think these blood crystals, blood gemstones, so it said, I think it's sealing souls probably in some way, what's happening there. Set with red glintstones, said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices. Strengthens thorn sorcery. So these red glintstones are in some way linked to thorn sorcery, I would say. And that's where my idea came from when it comes to the stuff of Guilty, because I think it's about burning and inflicting blood loss and then sealing the blood or vitality in some sort of glintstone, probably. 2 beast bloods, okay. Why do we have 2 beast blood here? Especially the themes of thorn sorceries and frost makes them really interesting to me. What do you mean by there are a few blooded frost users? Because I don't really know anyone besides Alberic, I think. Of which one are you thinking?
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, the would-be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Shabiri. What kind of gesture is this? Pumpernickel? Bro, are you German?
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
The Witch in the Round Table? And that is Alberic, actually. What do you mean? No, there's not another witch, I would say.
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
May chaos take the world. The world, though. Mother. By the way, I'm curious about your thoughts on the Elden Ring movie story. Which event or character do you think we will see? I don't think we will get a lot of lore in the movie. Actually, it's probably it will probably play after the Shattering. It will probably, I would say, a story about some other Tarnished. Maybe their own story. I think we can consider some kind of spin-off probably, and nothing really. There probably will no big lore revelations. I wouldn't expect too much of the story. It might be maybe it will be great. The movie, I think, the movie will be probably good. I think. I mean, Miyazaki gave his go, and if I remember correctly, even George R. R. Martin is there for some details maybe or so, just as backup when it comes to the story. But I don't know if that's actually true or confirmed. It's just something that as far as I remember, I read somewhere. So don't take this with a grain of salt. I don't think that we will get a prequel. Especially there are some pictures going around in the internet which show some movie set, which shows the set of some movie scenes already. And there you see here Church of America. But I don't expect too much of the movie. I think the thing what I would expect is that it might be that Miyazaki or maybe even Josh R. R. Martin are a bit involved, like of course when it comes to some details. I think if anything, there will probably some minor hints to some lore relationships. But I don't think that it will directly address some of the lore, you know? I think it will be... If there's anything, then it will probably in the same format as we have in the game. In form of subtle allusions, references, or little hints to something. But the story itself will probably revolve about some side character, or even some new introduced tarnished that just have their own adventure, probably. I have to say, I would love to see, for example, the Siege on Lane Dell. I think this would be incredibly awesome, but I don't expect it. So, but what I would definitely do is, when I will see the movie, I will definitely watch out for little details and hints, because they did this already in the trailers, in a lot of trailers, in the game trailers that are not really actually looked at. There are small little references and hints hidden that people haven't noticed yet. And a few days ago, I've read in the CG World interview that these trailers were even designed in that way that after playing the game, when you look back, there might be something that you noticed that you haven't noticed before. But guys, when it comes to the movie, I think the majority of the player base will be disappointed. The majority of the player base would have expected something completely different, probably. And especially when it comes to the lore, a lot of people will rant about that there might be something not canon, maybe, or that it can't be considered canon or so. It will be a disaster. I just think that a big part of the community will have a difficult time with it. Similar to Night Rain, probably. But I think in general it will be probably pretty good. It depends on your perspective on the game and its lore and what you in the end expect from it. And I just think that people are expecting things that will not be fulfilled in the end. And that's why I think that a big part of the community will have problems with it. I think the best thing that you can do is don't have too much expectations. What is animatrix? Can you explain? I don't think I haven't watched any movie of Alex Garland, but I heard a lot of good stuff about him. And I don't know if it's true, but I've seen some Reddit posts that Alex Garland might have played like 40,000 hours in Elden Ring. Could also be like, maybe it's just advertisement, I don't know. Collection of short films based on the world of the original Matrix film. And is Animatrix also from Alex Garland? Made chaos take the world.
Chosen Tarn descend into Sigurd. Burn and incinerate. May chaos take
The
the
world.
world!
Now I can talk to Melina.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you. Shall I turn your... Let my... Share them with me.
Which one is better? Flaming Strike or Flame of the Red Mains? Oh, this one is better. It reminds me of Wild, actually. Flame art? What the fuck? What's the difference between fire and flame art? It's scaling with faith. What the fuck? 600. I think we will probably see some characters, maybe some cameos. Maybe there are little hints and references and allusions hidden in the movie. That is what I expect in the end. I think the story might not revolve a lot around the actual lore of Elden Ring. Whoops. But maybe there are some secrets in it as well. It's kind of interesting. It's not mentioned as a skill of the red main. Oh shit. Godfrey definitely not left. Oh Jesus. Or imagine there will be some kind of We Are Godwyn stuff. That would be incredibly cool. Imagine I I could say, yeah, I told you. It's just, it would be cool. Oh shit. Somehow Godfrey returned. Come up. Come here. Here, bro. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Oh, there's another one? Oh, come on. I thought the other one was the second one. That was fucked. Maybe I should try parry. Can you guys remember the first time when Elden Ring came out and everyone arrived in these mountaintops and everyone said the difficulty in the damage done by enemies just went up incredibly in comparison to Altus Plateau. You're arriving at mountaintops and suddenly everything is almost two-hitting you. Yeah, I think it is similar to the experience in the DLC. Ouch. Okay. I think I'm prepared, guys. True gamers don't need vigor. Or spirit ashes. True gamers don't need Ash of Wars. Only a club. Oh, are there two again? Yeah, for fuck's sake. How? So that's the reason why I usually use Cheat Engine, just to examine some areas and item placement. Okay, let's pull one by one. Oh, there's the other one. I think he's sitting next to an owl. Or she. It. Okay, it looks bronze-like. The armor, I mean, and light. Does it look like bronze? What the fuck? Is that just the lightning? Isn't that the Ash of War that's Wilder using? I think so. With a specific relic, it's the skill that is Wilder doing. Can I interact with the owl? Definitely not. I don't think so. It's just making go go. There's another one. There are 3 of them. What the heck? I don't know. I don't really know what to do with these trees. In general, the spirits. Okay, let me concentrate. I need to pull on only one and not 2 again. Is there another one over there? No. Did you see that he was going to the spot where the knife landed on? For fuck's sake, come on, come over here. Oh, there's the other one. What the fuck? Was he sitting there? Uh-oh, I wanted to use the flask. One left, I think. Oh yeah, he's sitting there. It's kind of neat how they look blue. The nascent butterflies look blue in this area and on the mountaintops. I don't know if they're just crystallized in some way, maybe, or it's just the weather. Would have been way cooler if there was something interesting in here. Oh. I forgot how many of them are here in this area. I just wanted to clear the area so I can just look closely on everything, but yeah, let's check this one. Ah, fucking hawks. What? Everything is killing me in this area. Ah! Let's go with this one. Whatever. Yeah. Dying. I didn't know that they drop flight pinion. Sliver of meat. What or Vista? Is Vista like view? That's a strange item placement. Godwyn Run 10. Was there anything else placed over there? No. Was it meant to point towards the Earth Tree, maybe? Okay, I just run through all of it and just try to pick up the items that are there. I don't even think that I've missed any item here. Oh, there's one. Samurai Ice Storm. No, that's a good one. It's not my first playthrough. I just don't want to fight the Samor Knights right now. The ancient heroes of Samor, I mean. So, there was one over here as well, I think. Invigorating meat. But hey, the robber. Whoops. It's more of a lore playthrough where I just try to look at item placement and sometimes make some commentary or even explain some interpretations that I have in mind, especially in regard to the videos that I made and my theory. Cathartic? What does cathartic mean? The whole chair theory is not finished yet, though. I just started to point some interesting rooms out, but there's more that were more on its way. I really appreciate that you guys are advertising my videos right now. think I might say Schadenfreude is a form of catharsis, if that helps. Okay. Such a nice German word. Oh yeah, I still have to... First we take this one out. Oh. Ah, shit. Oh, okay. Four smoldering butterflies. Hmm. Yeah, it might be easier to just look up the definition. But don't forget, that's exactly what Miyazaki tried to to the kind of experience that Miyazaki tried to create in this kind of game, right? With his storytelling. Figuring out the meaning of a word without knowing it, just by looking at the context in which it appears. It's just sad that we don't have the definitions of all the meanings, all the in-game placements. Oh, that is catharsis. So these guys are looking at the... probably at the fort, right? In some way, these dudes remind me of the Dark Souls 3 monks that were wandering and just laying dead around. Do you know what I mean? One of them is dropping an interesting item. just forgot which one. Yeah, the Gravitas Ash of War is doing a great job here. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Am I? No. Oh, I'm doing no damage because I have the fire affinity on my sword. Wait. Uh-oh. No! Good morning. Sad. Hey, Florum. Hey, guys. It's kind of interesting how many themes are also shared with Radagon in some way. At least the red thorns, I think. It's just the color red, the thorns. And this is not an NG plus now. Because of the damage I take? Or do... Was I revived at the America's stake? Yeah, okay. Well. Yeah, I think it's the mountaintops. I mean, I might be underleveled a little bit, but it's just that the damage at the mountaintops are just increasing incredibly that you take from the enemies. They're just doing way more damage than the enemies on Altus Plateau, for example. It was kind of a meme the first year. Jesus. It's an enemy that you don't fight often, you know, and then sometimes the attack patterns are just some that I'm not used. that I'm not used to fight against. Oh my god. Oh my. I don't know if I will. I just have to change the affinity of my claymore and use the claymore. It's really interesting how fire and thorns have such a strong link or relationship, right? Oh wow, 3 Eteria leaves. Why? Briars of Punishment. So, I think that red thorns are in general associated with Radagon, or at least a lot associated with Radagon as well. The other, you mean by the counterpart, the other sorcery? Do I already have the other? Yeah. It's really interesting because I think that there are 2 events probably that are referenced through these sorceries, and if we associate the red thorns with Radagon, then for one we have Briars of Sin, which covers the caster itself in thorns. Wounds the caster with Thorns of Sin, creating a spiral of blood thorns. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly up to 3 times. And I have a theory going on that the Brides of the Brides of Sin are probably referencing Radagon closing himself inside the Earth Tree by covering himself in thorns in a way, or locking him up with thorns. I think this is just a little meant to contain an allusion to this event, probably. So, a sorcerer covering himself with thorns, and the other one is sending a trail of thorns through the ground. And maybe it's about the thorns in Stormvale. Because it could also... I think it's both. I think it's related to Destined Death in some way, but also to Radagon, from which the thorns has been sent. And because these thorns are sent through the earth, the Chapel of Anticipation is in some way a safe space, right? So I think it's not a coincidence that we have a sorcery where thorns are sent through earth. And what's really interesting is that the DLC is emphasizing both of these sorceries again, because they are, like, from concept-wise, they are exactly the same. Because in the DLC you also get a sorcery which is covering the caster in thorns, and also a sorcery which sent thorns through the ground. And I think they are just re-emphasizing these both concepts of the thorn sorceries once again. So it seems like there is something to the idea of someone covering himself in thorns, and of someone who's sending thorns through earth. And maybe, just maybe, if this sorcery is referring to the thorns or Radagon's longing for us to die in Stormvale, or in some way, who sent the thorns through the earth, maybe the 3 Ataria leaves are a bad omen for Godfrey, who I think might have protected us in a way. I'm just spiraling with new thoughts right now, because I think in a lot of cases From Software is designing the map in a symbolic way, and this path in particular seems like maybe there's some symbolic meaning to it. Do you know Isn't there some kind of idiom where it's about walking through some kind of edge? Is there some kind of idiom in English? And in German you would say auf Messers Schneide gehen, walking on the knife's edge. In English it's just walking on the edge. I mean, if these thorns are related to the thorns in Stormvale, and the 3 Ataria leaves is a reference to Godfrey who died protecting us, then maybe this path represents our survival in a way, because it was in some way walking on the edge, like only caused by several fortunate circumstances, lucky circumstances. I just realized that this might fit incredibly well, because there's also some references in this catacombs that I will show you in some moments. Living life on the edge. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of some idiom in this way going on. Okay, but I want to show you some things in a moment, but it might fit incredibly well here that it might be related to our survival in Stormvale. Because there is an interesting reference in this catacomb here in regard to Godfrey and Marika as the woman in the black hood, watching out for Godwyn. If you agree with my interpretations, of course, it's not that directly stated anywhere. Yeah, exactly. This is what I would think, right? Like the chances of our escape were so slim and of our survival in the end. Yeah, this statue is also pretty rare. This statue is a rare one. I should change my Ash of War. I have to say I really like the Flame Strike. And it's even more interesting that it's not the red main skill. Wait. Do we go with magic or cold? No. Yeah. It's somewhat of a quality build that I have. A three-headed creature is somewhat a bad omen, right? I just realized that. Whoop. So, guys, that's one of the annoying part. Why is there a fucking dead end? There's just a dead end room with nothing in it. That doesn't really make much sense, in my opinion. Sometimes I wasn't even thinking about the idea that a dead end might be just also symbolic dead end, you know? I don't know if they are doing this sometimes, but... Existential dread against all of us. Mm-hmm. This is one of the catacombs with a room that has 2 chairs. And I said it earlier in another stream. I think the events of the rooms with different chairs even create some sort of timeline. And while the rooms with 3 chairs reference the Night of the Black Knives, the rooms with 4 chairs reference the events between the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering and our survival. The rooms with 4 chairs reference the Shattering, I think. And the rooms with 6 chairs reference our confrontation, the confrontation between Godwyn and Radagon. And as this is one of the catacombs with a room that has 2 chairs, it seems to revolve around the role of the Tarnished that were banished and slaughtered and used to collect grace for the Earth Tree. But also, there's a little hint that Marika and Godfrey are watching out for Godwyn. So it kind of fits that the rooms with 3 chairs afterwards are about the Night of the Black Knives. Or reference it in a way. Was there nothing in between? And not just another elevator? Because I think the jars are paralleling the Tarnished, actually, which are more or less just used to gather souls or grace. And in the end, slaughtered by Radagon. Oh yeah, these are using Ironjar, by the way. I have to say, I kind of feel sad for them. Okay, so guys, here we go. This is the room with 2 chairs. There's one on the left. And there's one on the right that you can slightly see. It's the same decorations as we have on the left side. So chair over there and chair over there. And there's one little jar in the middle. So I was wondering, what the fuck? Okay, we got a room with 2 chairs, and it seems like it's all focused on this little jar. It's also a dead end. There's nothing in it. So you have to remember this room and memorize the image. So keep it in mind, because I realized that you always have to analyze and examine the whole catacomb to get the whole picture. But this is the first one. So the 2 chair room here got this little jar in the middle. And there's nothing in it. It's only about this little jar. This one should use iron jar as well, usually. Isn't she? Isn't he? No. Yeah, I can totally feel it. The first few playthroughs, you don't really appreciate the last catacombs and the last areas for some reason. I don't know why. But I had the same feeling. Stimulating boluses. It might be that it's just some purple and sleep related stuff that might be related to the Glomite Queen and the statue over here. And the nascent butterfly too. Okay, now comes the part, because so the path ahead is mirroring the path we've already seen. It's like a copied path. The rooms and the etc. look exactly the same. So now you have to remember. The room that we already have seen. Can you recognize? Wait. This one is not immediately exploding. Shouldn't this one explode at some point? Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Have you guys the picture of the lone little jar in front of you with the two chair in the two chair room? Because the level we are in right now is exactly is designed in the exact same way as the one in we have been before, and this room over here is on the lower level the exact same room with the two chairs and the little jar. We also went through this room with fallen knives. Over here is a path with those land squirts. And the first time we went through this path, there was this little jar within the two chair room. And now it's a big jar. It's the same design from the room, just without the chairs. But it's, in this case, it's a big jar. And behind of it is the woman in the black hood. And I think it's a reference to... I think both of these are... Like, the big jar is probably a reference to Godfrey, and the other one is Marika as the woman in the black hood. And both of them probably watching out for Godwyn, as symbolically represented by the little jar, I think. Praise the mimicry. Hey, Blade. I don't know if you guys understood what I mean. I know it's a bit of crazy theorizing, but it's just so we have two identical rooms with identical paths before and afterwards. These are like levels that are designed in the exact same way. And in the first room, which is just a dead end and has two chairs in it, there was just a little jar in the center of it. And the second time we went through this level, which is designed in an identical way, this time we meet a big jar with a statue of the woman in the black hood. And if you look at both of these rooms next to each other, I think it's a reference to Godfrey, represented by the big jar, and Marika as the woman in the black hood, and watching out for Godwyn as the little jar. But it only makes sense after realizing that the jars might be parallels to the Tarnished. I mean, the lady, I would say, is Marika as the woman in the black hood. The fuck? This thing just one-shotted me. Yeah, I should throw some poison darts, probably. Can these guys please just leave me alone? Where's the fucking elevator? Oh my god. shit, another elevator. I think it's probably, as I imagine the story at least, I think after Marika Renna explored the roots of the Golden Order and was probably discovering the terrible truth that the Tarnished were slaughtered, and she probably divested herself in some way of Radagon. And we're conspiring with Godfrey after his banishment. That's how I imagine it. And I think this one is depicting Marika as the woman in the black hood. So for the most part, it derives from the black hood in the Sage's Cave and the Candle Tree wooden shield. I mean, it's just speculation, right? But it fits incredibly well, in my opinion. Oh. Yeah, RJ, I think it's exactly this what it's referencing. I think it's just referenced in a symbolic way, not literally like you see in that scene. You know. I think the cutscenes are in a lot of cases more symbolically designed. And then the whole and so towards Shadowborn, I think it's actually Marika divesting herself of Radagon and conspiring against him as the Glowmite Queen. Or Marika and as the woman in the black hood. So, room with falling knives, a lone small jar, land squirts, and now we get the exact same path. And again, we get a roof with falling knives. But this time, it's a big jar with the woman in the black hood. So Renna, Marika, and the Glowmite Queen are 3 deaths or transformations. In some way. So I think Renna is the young Carian princess of Farmazula. Marika is like the Radagon posing as Marika but also containing Renna's soul. And when Renna is divesting herself of Radagon, she becomes the Glowmite Queen. And I think it's also what the Shield of the Guilty is actually about. Oh, where is it? Here, this one. It's because it's shield made to venerate a maiden whose eyes were crushed by briars of sin before being reborn in these lands. And I think it's actually about the maiden in Farmazula, about Renna. And later, when she divested herself of Radagon again, she was kind of reborn in a way. And there is something that even hints to the fact that it might be Marika, which is referenced here, or Rena, however you want to name her, because it's found in one of the demi-humans, a nearby demi-human queen, for one, and in 1.0, it was even the maiden. So in 1.0, the maiden was called a goddess, I think, or god, even. And the thorns would fit pretty well with Radagon. So I think the thorns gouging out the eyes is just symbolically for the soul that was taken from her. Because the whole thorn thematic seems to be related to yeah. To extract some vitality of other beings. Holy hell. And I think it kind of makes sense that one of those great jars is used as a reference for Godfrey. If you consider that Alexander might be, for example, a Godfrey parallel. I think we're missing one room. Yeah, it could be that the smoldering butterflies are in some way telling us something there. I don't really know what. Wait, no, this is a third layer. Does it have third layers? 3 layers, I mean. Yeah, a lot of people think that the Jarborg is mirroring something from the Shaman village. Though I actually think that Jarborg is mirroring events at Stormvale. I'm fucking confused right now. fight root racing. Oh my god. Why haven't I seen them before the fight against the Burial Watchdog? Oh, be right back, guys. I have to send the elevator back up for these cases. Oh, is he dropping in Newman's rune? Fuck my... Oh my goodness. Why is everything so fucking scary? It's definitely interesting that he's dropping a Newman's rune. What a save! Yeah. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Whew. The only thing that comes to my mind is maybe when it comes to Dialos and Jarborg, I think, well, I'm convinced of the idea that Dialos is a Godfrey parallel. And if Dialos drops a Newman's rune, maybe it's a reference to Marika's involvement or influence. Because I think the Godfrey and Marika conspire together against Redigan. In some way, at least. Okay, the little jar, and I have to say these land squirts are really weird place in this catacomb. I don't know why they're here. Oh yeah, there's a way down there. Yeah, silver and blood, right? Silver and red. Isn't that weird? And these imps only showed up after I fought the burial watchdog. They aren't here. Oh there. No, there they are. 1, 2. Root Racer mentions the great trees, that the Earth tree, or tree that no longer exists. Not entirely sure. I am convinced, at least I think there has been some kind of grey tree in the distant past, probably. And I think it was the crossed tree. Golden Rune 10. Where was the room with the boss door? Was it over here? Yeah. Oh, Death Root. Hey Richter. When next Godfrey video? Yeah. I have to. Yeah, I'm still digging deeper with another lore run right now. It might be a while. So, but there will definitely at one point. I can promise that there will be another Godfrey video. But it's like a creative break that I'm do right now. I'm sorry that you still have to wait, guys. I just want to get at the most of the big picture as possible first before I state too much. I can't say right now when I will finish the next video. Okay, so although we just finished the boss, there's another hidden level under the elevator here in front of the boss room. It's sadly, I don't think that diving into another game's lore might be a good way to make a break. Although I considered this already, but yeah, I don't think so. They really carefully placed this skeleton in this little box over there. Is that what they usually do in these boxes? No. Oh yes, they do. Okay, never mind. Oh. Whew. It's so fucking useless. Why is there another room here? That makes no sense. There's nothing in here. Only this thing to to let you die. Oh yeah, sure, there's another one. Shit. Why isn't he staggering? Oh. Oh, thank God we got a stack of Marika. Can I run just through it? Oh, fucking hell. Got him, boys. This room is really nice because of these decorations over here. Because this room made me believe, okay, maybe these assets, maybe these are linked to America as the woman in the black hood. In some way, at least. It's also really interesting because if you remember my the interpretations about the church bell symbol and the red carpet with the kind of symbol on it that is found around the church bell symbol and around the church bell in Stormvale, then you might have noticed I mentioned that one of those carpets that I haven't discussed yet is found under one of this assets here, one of this decorations in Castle Ensis. And made me believe that it's probably also linked to her in some way. Fire Monk Ashes. Someone who succumbed to its allure. But I think that was it. I think this was the last thing in here. So I think we're done here. So what I said earlier, the two rooms, the one with a little jar and the other one with a big jar and the statue of the woman in the black hood, I think it might be a reference to Marika and Godfrey watching out for Godwyn. One thing I never understood is why some fire monks became black flame monks. Yeah. True, it's never really explained. And I don't even know if there is any specific reason for that. It could be, though, that if you're familiar with my approach, I mean, it could be that there's some kind of parallel going on, maybe. So whenever something is not really explained, it could be that it's just an allusion to something in regard to the main story, maybe. And then these things might make more sense sometimes. But I have no idea right now, to be honest. Oh, not that one again. But you guys have to admit it that it fits really well, the whole theme going on here. If these rooms are really referring to Marika and Godfrey watching out for Godwyn, and even the sorcery over there has been a reference to Radagon longing for us and the thorns in Stormvale, and this is like our slim chances of survival that is symbolically represented here with this path. It fits incredibly well. Walking on the edge in some way. To what is this guy praying, by the way? I can't could it be the mausoleum? Oh, Lost Ashes of War. Like, in this case, I would say Lost Ashes of War are sometimes placed where it's about events of the past that has been forgotten or been obscured. And if this path here is like symbolizing our slim chances of survival. What are these? Smoldering butterflies? Interesting. I think there are catacombs right somewhere over here. Maybe it's could also be that it's referring to a catacomb right in front of us, but just on the consecrated snowfield. I mean, the Harlech tree is more to the right. Lost ashes of war, like, yeah. Forgotten events of the past, probably. So, what else do we have? Oh my god. Okay, so 2 items over here, another one over there. Let's see. Uh-oh. Godwyn Run 7. Four rainbow stones. 4 rainbow stones? It could be, maybe it's a reference to the great luck in regard to our soul. Two drawstring holy grease. I think some things might fit really well. Whoops. Why did they make this wall? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if that's difficult to understand if you're not from, but I believe that From Software is designing huge parts of the map, sometimes in a literary way, where it's like many other cases. I think they design these things like symbolic, and this one over here feels like walking on the edge, you could say, fitting to the idiom of slim chances, for example. And a moment ago, I realized that it might fit incredibly well with some references that I found over there in regard to the catacombs and 2 items that were placed in front of it. And yeah, so I think that this path might represent our slim chances, and in a symbolic way, like that we have been walking on the edge when it comes to our survival or Godwyn's survival, that there have been a lot of fortunate circumstances that we made it, made it to our resurrection in the end. I think this is what the path is actually symbolically representing. And I have to yeah. At some point I have to write down some interpretations for this. And then you get the archer, yeah. Golden Rune 13. And then a Terra leaf. Take it all to your grave. I even, to be honest, so because this project is means a lot to me and it's kind of my purpose right now, I'm actually becoming paranoia that I won't be able to finish my whole theory and videos. I don't know if that's how you become a legend. I still have to convince the majority. Do you know what's the biggest problem is with the lore? I mean, it's fine if you don't agree with all of my interpretations or with my theory in general, but I think the big is part of your mind where you're never to think about it again. Yeah, I mean, I think I will get to that point where it becomes understandable. I have to summarize just a lot of it in the end. What I wanted to say is, I think a big problem in the lore community is that besides the fact that I might, that not everyone, of course, that there are a lot of people that don't agree with my interpretations, but I think, imagine if there is something like a coherent story in the background, something that can be solved, then so to pull the majority of the community on your side would mean that a lot of other stuff, a lot of other ideas and theories have to left behind, and even big lore tubers, I don't know if they are even capable of acknowledging new theories. I mean, look example for at Small Town or Vativigia. They already released huge books about their lore interpretations, and I don't think that they will ever question these lore interpretations that they already made. Imagine there would be something that would shed a different light on the whole game, like I think I do with Night Rain, for example, and the base game and my approach in general. I don't think that others would acknowledge this just because I think it's something that's not easy for a lot of lore tubers that already have something they build up everything on. RJ, I can't take you serious. I mean, I love Vativigia's videos. The Prepare to Cry videos are incredibly nice produced and to watch. And I mean, they are well made, and I agree with a lot of stuff. It's just, I mean, they're just not diving that deep, you know? I mean, when it comes to the background story of Marika, Godfrey, and Radagon, it's just either they are not digging. There's not much theory going on, which would explain a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I wanted to say. Yeah. Thank you, Lamentus Go. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of good videos and other Lord tubers out there, and I love Vativigia's videos. For example, when it comes to the quest lines of the minor NPCs, I've watched a lot of them with my friends. But I think, I mean, isn't our goal to figure out the background story with Marika and Godfrey and Radagon in some way? And that's what I try to do, even though it's highly speculative. I think I know which item this is. Yeah. This is an incredibly strange item. Because I think it's the Formic rock. Yeah. 2 of them. This is such a weird item placed here because it's usually only found near ants and the Einsel River. Do you want ants? What is it pointing at? Is it pointing at the Earth Tree? At the area over there? This is how you get ants? We don't want ants. We don't want ants. It could be that it was, yeah. I was thinking about the catacomb maybe. It might have pointed out to the catacomb. Oh, there's Millicent. I think this is one of the locations where I miss her sometimes, or I just don't remember that she's here. I'm absolutely with Rick there. And the other thing is, I think for a lot of people, Elden Ring seems too ambitious as, and I think a lot of people can't even imagine that most of the items, almost all of them, might be deliberately placed. I think a lot of people can't even fathom that this might be the case. And therefore, a lot of people don't look much into them. Or I think it's just we need an incredibly amount of effort to figure the meanings of those items out. And I think that a lot of people just stop there. Most of what you see right now in the community is people will say, oh, this is just a bug, that's just random, or these are just loose ends, things are just mashed up for no reason, these items are just all placed randomly, and that's it. I mean, not all of them are saying this, but there are some. But I can understand it. I mean, it's kind of frustrating because you read everything, you look at everything, and the things just don't add up, and things doesn't start to make sense because there are, if you take everything literal, these are all dead ends and loose ends, and just these things just don't connect to each other. Well, I think it's just a matter of the perspective and something that we have to get used to read everything in forms of references and allusions to the main story and the main characters. And I think that this just, for one, it's just a complex an abstract perspective, and a perspective where you rely on interpretations which are also not always welcomed in the community. And I just realized sometimes you just have to commit to an interpretation to see if it connects to somewhere else. And you just have to just try and go this path of your interpretations. A lot of people just don't want to make this step because it carries some sort of uncertainty, which because but what if your earlier assumptions or interpretations are wrong? Yeah, okay, then it's like that, but then I can step back and revisit them and rethink them. But we have to at least try and look where these interpretations will go to, right? We just have to try it out. It's like trial and error. We have to at least try it. And then, it's like science. And then you are revisiting your assumptions, your earlier interpretations, look at them, if they actually fit into the bigger picture or not. And then you have maybe change them. And that's what I'm doing for the last few years.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly? No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again, in battle, should you have the need.
It's always her that we call in battle. Yeah, and that I think so too. That I think that it comes, at least in some of my videos, at least in some item placement, definitely becomes clear that some items are definitely placed deliberately, and then you might realize that it's also the case for others. I really like the example. I think one of my favorite examples are the place where you find the jellyfish shield. where you see like 3 red jellyfish, which symbolize that they are kind of aggressive. And then you also find 3 blood grease and the jellyfish shield next to a broken card, which in some way evoke the image of an accident and a dead jellyfish, right? I think it's just incredible good storytelling, and it just goes incredibly deep. It has an incredible depth that I think people just underestimate in the community sometimes.
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree.
Yeah, I think so too. This is the most richly crafted world in gaming. And sometimes I think Elden Ring deserves to be seen. I mean, Elden Ring is already praised as such a great game, but I think even now, I think Elden Ring is much more than people think, and that's what's so fucking awesome.
Searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master...
Sometimes I wonder if the Halig tree is paralleling across the tree in the very distant past. Just wondering. It's no Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen the cutscene. It's a nice cutscene. It would have been really cool if we would have some kind of confirmation that there was some kind of another Halig tree or some other tree under it. Okay, what do we have here? Have I missed something? Can I get on top of that one? On top of that over there? Okay, I don't think that's supposed to be reachable, but yeah, whatever. Oh, there's an Ataria leaf. Okay, we got them humans. And these demi-humans are usually fighting those bats, I think. Yeah, there they are fighting those bats. What's weird is that these bats have different patterns on their wings. They are missing the red fur that they usually have on their wings. If you have ever noticed this. Probably just a bug, yeah. It's all just randomly meshed together. You know, this is one of the cases where you just think, I mean, they put effort in this. They put effort in designing a different bed version. I wonder what kind of war here might be referenced. Because usually when such factions are fighting, I think it could be a reference to something. to a war that might have happened here long ago, you know? Fuck. Oh, Millicent is gone. Yeah, the thing is, usually the demi-humans are usually associated with the Tarnished or Godfrey's clan. And bats I would associate with Radagon. But I don't know if this fits in any way here in this area. There's an interesting reference to bats and Iron Eye's Remembrance, the Night Rain. Because in one of the first remembrances, there's a name mentioned, just without any reason, and the name of a person named Bat Ear. So just ear of a bat, like Bat Ear. It's really strange. I mean, especially those golems. There are so many of them here and destroyed. I was always wondering in what kind of war they might have fought. Because a lot of them are also in Stormvale. I mean in Limgrave. Oh, we have some dead demi-humans here. Smithing Stone 7. Another dead demi-human. Invigorating white cured meat. And there's another dead demi-human. A 3 warming stone. So, yeah, 3 warming stones sounds like something bad and maybe grace related. Smithing stone 7, invigorating meat, and 4 warming stones. 3 warming stones. Do you think the giants corrupted the golems? I don't think so. I mean, the fact that you can irritate them by using the crystal darts is one thing that made me think that they might have been crafted from someone. And it could even be that it's some kind of sorcerer maybe, or a craftsman. Another thing is that I realized that the sorcerer marionettes are in somewhere resembling those golems. It's just one little, incredibly little detail. Because I don't know if you've seen this. So, okay, for one, they are related to the crystal darts, which makes them somehow related to crystals, maybe, or to a sorcerer or craftsman that might have created them. And then I realized an interesting detail that makes them similar to the marionettes of the sorcerer, because you know those golems have this fire in them. And maybe we are supposed to compare them to those marionettes, because in Kaled, for some reason, there are marionettes that also have fire inside of them, in the same way like those giant golems have. And it's really strange, because what these marionettes actually have is they have those fire pots placed inside their body, and then they are pulling some of them out of their body and throwing them at you. Yeah, those, for example. Those here have those fire pots inside of them. And usually I would say there's no reason for that, because any other enemy is also just pulling out the fire pots from anywhere. But in this case, they put those fire pots inside of those marionettes. And when you look at them, they are some crafted beings having some kind of fire in them. They resemble in some way those golems. And considering that they are influenced by crystal darts and were probably also crafted, that make them maybe some sort of parallels here. It could, yeah, I know that fire is also associated with souls. I mean, maybe. It's just that I think it's an interesting comparison, you know, between those marionettes with fire in them and those golems. Are marionettes also influenced by crystal darts? I don't know if I've ever tried that. That's an incredibly interesting fucking detail, Sneaky Turtle. Is that true? I don't know of her stacking build. What kind of build is that? Centrina is probably also a Glow My Queen parallel, yeah, I would say so. It makes sense in a lot of cases, I think. Whenever we find a Centrina lily, it seems more like a reference to Marika as the Glow My Queen or so. I definitely think the same way. Hey, Xavier. Aaron. Oh, you tried to greet me with Eric. I think her crystal necklace and other relics, primarily through completing a chain attack and classic greatsword, are the slowest, so usually run out before stacking any. Oh, or does it have to do with the tempo? Maybe the Gloam-Eyed Queen greatsword is just attacking faster. But it's an interesting detail. So now that might make a lot more sense now. For those of you who are here with me for a few minutes, so if this is really referencing our survival and the slim chances that we had to survive the whole night of the Black Knives, etc., this merchant over here is also, I think, themed around our survival. It fits incredibly well with the interpretation that this area is referencing our survival. Because this merchant has some interesting items. Are you guys following me? With my thoughts? I don't know if I'm just yapping right now. And none of you guys can follow. So, if the mountaintops of the giant catacombs with the little jar and the big jar and America's the woman in the black hood are referring to America and Godfrey watching out for us, then we had the Briars of Punishment, referencing the Thorns and Stormveil that were sent through the earth. Maybe the Fire Pillar as a little reference to Radagon, the 3 Atera leaves as a reference to the defeated Godfrey. This path as symbolic for walking on the edge and our slim chances to survive. Lost Ashes of War for the... yeah, could even reference our memory loss and the lost and the forgotten events of the past. Then we had 4 rainbow stones, probably referencing the great luck regarding our soul. There are 2 other items that I'm not sure of yet. And here we end up, and this merchant is also referencing our resurrection and our survival. Because...
there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
Because this merchant is, for one, selling the Vagabond set, which I think contains references to our heritage, but it contains the recipe for rejuvenating boluses. So here we get the recipe for the rejuvenating boluses, which I think we're referencing our resurrection in some way. We also get lightning bolts here. Yeah, it's just, I think the Vagabond set is quite an important set. The lightning bolts might fit the Godwyn theme, and the rejuvenating boluses also. So, in regard to our resurrection in Limgrave, I mean.
Something else? Something else?
I thought he would say something differently. I don't think that Godwyn wanted to become a finger maiden.
Something else? Something else?
As I said, I don't take the Lands of Shadow that literally. So this is another Radagon parallel that we have here in the Shack of the Lofty. Because I think Juno Hoslow is a Radagon parallel. You find here the Traveling Maidenhood. And this is an incredibly often reoccurring theme. You have some blood or rat related dude with a dead maiden or a dead woman. You have the same circumstances, for example, in Fort Hyde, in Limgrave. You got a bloody Godric's Knight with a dead demi-human queen. You got Vike, which is in some way a mad dude with a dead maiden over there. You got the same recurring pattern over here in the Shack of the Lofty, the Juno Hoslow and Finger Maiden set. Might be that it's also somewhere else, but to me it seems like a recurring pattern. How does the Divine Gate works if it's not real? So, I think most cutscenes are more like I think they have to be interpreted in a symbolic way. I think what the cutscene of the DLC at the Divine Gate is referencing is the slaughter of the Tarnished that were fed to the Earth Tree, bound to the Elden Ring, and through which were also collected grace. You know? I think it's about Radagon posing as Marika, slaughtering the Tarnished, binding them to the Elden Ring, which is symbolized through the strings, and gathering grace through them by slaughtering them, and through which the Earth Tree finally got most of its grace. Probably that is what, at least that's what Melina is mentioning, right? That it's the grace of the Earth Tree that once shone in the eyes of our brethren. Yeah, I know. It might sound strange that you are able to that you might be able to get into a dream world and come out with a physical thing, but that's something that From Software did in a lot of other games as well before Elden Ring. I know that it's not really immersive, that you might be able to take weapons out of the dream world, but this is how From Software treated these things in the past as well. In Sekiro, for example, you are kind of meditating, revisiting the past through memories, and come back with weapons from the past, which makes no sense either. And I think even in Dark Souls, you are entering a painting, for example, or yeah. Now in Sekiro, it's not time travel. It's just revisiting your memories. It's just how it is. I think this is how it. I know that at least in Sekiro it doesn't make much sense because in Sekiro you got a bell that you ring, and then you're not even reliving events. You are revisiting events where you not have been in the past. I don't know. It's kind of strange. It sounds like time travel, but it's not time travel. It's like the past saved in form of memories that can be visited in a way. I don't know if there's someone else there's someone else here that also knows Sekiro. Yeah, the placement of the placement of Sites of Grace is also deliberately, I would say. Sometimes, not all of them. All of them might be. Some of them might be gameplay-wise placed, but not all of them. Oh, I took a lot of damage. Jesus, he's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, in Dark Souls 2, you can relive the past through the trees, which look like giants. Turn to the trees, like you were visiting the memories, which does actually add up if it is in fact Mikula's memory. Those barges in Shadowlands and up beach or in the walls. The chasm where Santrina is. I don't know. I just think that it might be... I'm thinking that it's might... So I think they might... it's... could be supposed to hint at the connection between corpse wax and silver beings. So that putrescence, the word itself kind of connects this silver matter to corpse wax, I think. And that's all what I think, what I have in mind right now when it comes to those things in the DLC. There's some sites of grace nearby. Would you really like to have one? Oh no. Oh, I forgot. So either it's always night, yeah, it's always night here. Is it always night here in this area? Or is it just that this Deathrite bird is spawning day and night? Okay, I'm fucked. I'm pretty sure there was a site of grace here nearby. Or maybe it's a Castle Soul. Guys, I think I'm done for today. I already streamed 5 hours. But I have to say, the mountaintops are really interesting. Yeah, this path over here seems like really nice. Since today, I'm really convinced of the idea that this is representing our the slim chances of our survival, like walking on the edge in some way. Okay, guys. I was just thinking about the name of the merchants because they have really interesting names sometimes. This one, for example, is called a hermit merchant. And as far as I remember, there are 3 hermit merchants. But yeah, there's one abandoned merchant. There's also one one imprisoned merchant. A few isolated merchants. 2 isolated merchants, I think. Whatever. So, guys, I had a lot of fun today. Thanks for coming by. And yeah. Maybe I will stream tomorrow again. And at some point I will produce videos again when I'm done with the playthrough, because I'm really excited right now, because every day I'm coming further. I'm getting new interpretations. And that's a really good thing. Cracking it step by step. Bye bye.